It's almost where it was when. Cruise a lot. It's been good to get.
I'm going to call to order the meeting of the Camarillo Library Board for today, Wednesday, March 11th, 2020. May we please have a roll call?
Trustee Tremblay? Here. Trustee Kildee?
Here.
Trustee Craven?
Here.
President Pro Tem Santangelo?
Here.
President Mulchay?
Present. Mrs. Craven, will you please lead us in the flag salute?
Certainly. Please rise, place your hand over your heart, and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Do we have any amendments to this agenda?
No amendments.
Do we have any public comments at this time? Would anyone like to speak before the Camarillo Library Board? Seeing none come forward and seeing no comment cards, we're going to move forward to the consent calendar.
Move consent.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Please vote. And that passes 5-0. Departmental, any items for departmental?
No, we don't.
All right. Legal counsel, no items. Comments from staff?
No comment.
Any comments from trustees? Nope. All right, I will adjourn this meeting.
Call this meeting of the Camarillo Sanitary District Board to order and ask the record reflect that all board members are present. Are there any amendments to this agenda?
No amendments.
Okay, I don't have any cards. Is there anybody who'd like to speak to the board on an item that's not on the agenda? Seeing no one come forward, we'll move on to the consent calendar.
Move the approval?
Motion and a second, please vote.
Mrs. Craven?
Yes,
I'm sorry, I do have a question for Mr. Klotzel,
sorry.
if I may. The question is on the item B on the Daily Drive 101 freeway sewer improvements, the budget adjustment.
Right.
Dave, when I reviewed the agenda report, the proposal was to expand the project, and I quote, and I'm paraphrasing, to include the improvements under the 101 freeway and to move the project schedule forward, quote unquote. Does that mean accelerate the project schedule?
That's correct.
Is that because of A, the condition of the pipes, or B, to dovetail with the Meehan Conference Center, or C, both of those, or D, none of those? And something
I guess
else?
that's going to be C, both of those, yes. And just to clarify, it's more the capacity of the existing pipes, not the condition. But it's related to they're reaching a capacity at this point, and then we also want to dovetail the work under the 101 to minimize disruption on the hotel conference site.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Mrs. Craven.
Okay, please vote. I can't see, but if Mrs. Santangelo voted yes, then it's unanimous. Okay, comments from staff?
None.
Legal counsel? Board members? Meeting's adjourned.
All right, I'll call this meeting of the Camarillo Successor Agency to order. Let the record reflect that all members are present. Are there any amendments to the agenda?
No amendments.
All right, any public comments? I have no speaker cards. Hearing no public comments, we'll move to the consent calendar.
Move the approval. Second.
Tie goes to the runner. I'm going to give motion for Mr. Milche, second for Mrs. Craven. Any comments? Please vote. And that is approved on a 5-0 vote. No departmental items, no legal counsel items. Any comments from staff?
None.
Any comments from board members? All right, we will adjourn that meeting of the Camarillo Successor Agency. Now call the both a regular meeting of Wednesday, March 11, 2020, and a special meeting of Wednesday, March 11, 2020 of the Camarillo City Council to order. Let the record reflect that all members of the council are here. Under amendments to the agenda, I have two amendments. The first will be we're going to defer item 14C, which is the study session item relative to the July 4th fireworks, to a future agenda.
No, Mr.
I'm sorry,
Mayor.
not July. I apologize. I got that wrong. It was on the Camarillo Boys and Girls Club.
Correct.
Item, and that's 14A, I believe, right?
Right.
All right, 14A to a future agenda. And then on item 13A, I'm going to ask the city manager and the city attorney, I'm going to move the city manager, city attorney comments, regular part of our agenda, to the beginning of the 7:30 calendar after the presentation of the Red Cross, and that's to the Red Cross, and that's regarding COVID-19. So we're going to move that up as close as to 7:30 as possible. All right? Okay, without objection, we will do that. Presentations, item 2, we are honored to have with us both Gene West, the chair of the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency, and Jeff Pratt, the CEO of the Groundwater Management Agency. I was trying to promote you, Jeff, and the head of the Public Works Department for the County of Ventura with us. Gentlemen,
Is the mic on?
and I might even turn on the lectern for this one. Yeah, there we go. Sorry, Gene. You are up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen
Welcome.
of council. It's my pleasure to come before you today to express a personal sense of gratitude and the appreciation of the entire Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency Board of Directors to Charlotte Craven for her 21 years of service to the agency. And with your indulgence, I'd like to read the resolution adopted by the board. It's Resolution 2020-02, honoring Charlotte Craven. Whereas Charlotte Craven faithfully served as a 6-term director and a 3-term alternate director of the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency between 1999 and 2020, representing the 5 cities within the agency's jurisdiction. Whereas Ms. Craven freely gave of her time, experience, and knowledge at the expense of her family and business activities in order to contribute to the success and accomplishments of the agency. Whereas Ms. Cravens was an influential and positive voice in a collaborative process promoting cooperation amongst many water factions. And whereas Ms. Craven played a significant role in directing development of groundwater sustainability plans for 3 groundwater basins within the agency's jurisdiction. The GSPs were completed and adopted by the agency in December 2019, ensuring sustainable groundwater management of the basins and compliance with the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. And whereas during her tenure, Ms. Craven served with distinction and provided significant public policy contributions to operations of the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency, dutifully representing municipal and industrial well operators and the 5 city interests, and therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency take great pleasure in honoring Charlotte Craven for her dedicated, loyal, and honorable service. And I can tell you, since my time on the agency, Charlotte's soft voice and sharp elbows have kept me in line and on track all the time. So with that, Charlotte, we'd like to present this to you.
Come over
if we
here,
may.
Charlotte.
Sure, come on over here. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate this. I didn't realize it was 21 years until I was told. But it was a lot of meetings. And I really enjoyed working with this board. There were some rough times, but we managed to get everything worked out, even though the farmers and the municipalities often had much differing ideas of how much water everybody should get, but we worked it out, and that's the best I can say. I think we worked it out with minimum friction, and I just thought that the board members that I've served with were also very dedicated. You mentioned at expense to personal, family, and business, and I will tell you this. We get paid to attend the CAMSAN meetings, even though they're short. So whenever these meetings went on and on and on, and I stayed, I actually lost money. But I was happy to do it because I was representing the cities, and I felt it was necessary for me to be there. So thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. It's been a pleasure. So that is the world's slowest hand.
Your Honor, can I make a comment?
Mr. West, yes, absolutely. Gene and Jeff, thank you so very, very much. Please don't leave yet, because I think we may have a couple of comments from council members.
Yeah.
Mr. Khalid.
I just want to, Gene and Jeff, I really appreciate, your efforts on this as well. Charlotte, I want to say that unbelievable that you are able to do it for 21 years. I don't know if there's another elected official that has served that long. Maybe there is.
There
maybe
have
there
been.
not. I don't know. But I do say this, that it is a tremendous amount of time that you put into this. As anybody knows, Mrs. Craven, there's no easy way out with her. It's 100% or it's nothing. And you talk about, our mayor talks about diving into the weeds here. Well, Mrs. Craven dives into the weeds on just about every issue that I'm aware of. So I just want to thank you personally for taking time out of your busy schedule, and Mike and your family for sharing you with this agency. And this agency is so important here. And I just want to thank you again. let you know that I'm still just amazed at the amount of time that you were able to put into this over the years. It says a lot about your character. So.
And if I may, we're expecting her successor to be there.
I will comment on that in just a moment. Thank you, Mr. West. John?
21 years is absolutely a very long time. Having not attended any of these meetings, I've definitely heard a lot of stories of, of these meetings and what's come out of them. And water is very contentious, and I understand it's worth fighting over, particularly during drought times when everyone's trying to get their respective allocation. So I completely understand the politics and the work around that work. And so, Mrs. Craven, I do greatly appreciate your representation on the board and how you represented Camarillo, because it has served us very, very well and will continue to serve us very, very well into the future, the work you've put in and how you've represented our community. So thank you.
Oh, I'm already on. When I was first elected, I think a couple of the first meetings, you were coming straight from a Fox Canyon meeting, and I had no idea where you were, and I was like, where is she? And then you'd come in, and so I thought about, and those were the nights where we'd sometimes go till midnight, and those were really long days, and you've been doing that for a really long time. And so thank you. I know that I know that when you're on a board or when you're representing us, that I don't have to worry about it. So thank you.
Well, I'll echo that too. I have a couple of comments, Charlotte. I think this city and the cities and the M&I providers whom you have represented all these years have been extraordinarily lucky to have you. This sitting on the GMA board, in my view, is hard. It's grinded out policy making. It can be very difficult. It can be contentious. It can even be litigious. And I am understating it at this point. But the effort that you've given over the course of 21 years has really set the bar for those who are going to succeed you. And since I'm going to be your successor as the city's representative, I want everybody to know that when the vote was taken and I was going to succeed Charlotte, you came in and brought me a suitcase of materials, a rolling suitcase of materials with at least 3 GSP, groundwater sustainability plans and other items, and I would only describe the look on your face as gleeful. But as your successor, I have huge shoes to fill. You really have created the bar and your service. I mean, try to imagine that. 21 years, and as a lawyer, I keep track of billable hours. Can you imagine the number of hours you have given up? Yes. You have given up so much. Yes, I know you can too, Gene. But you have given up so much, and your family has given up so much to have you do this. And like Susan said, there were so many council meetings where Charlotte would arrive just prior to a council meeting or during the course of a council meeting because things have been going on at GMA. This community and ag and M&I and all the groundwater users of these basins owe you a huge thank you. So I really appreciate Eugene and you, Jeff, being here today, but it's a really well-deserved thank you.
Well, you're welcome, and I'll just say one thing. We often talked a lot about as things at home, as I do here, with issues that are coming up and going to be voted on. And at one point, we were talking a lot about the drought and how there wasn't any water to spread. And I don't talk about my grandkids very often at meetings, but one day I saw my grandson out with a shovel, and he must have been about 4 or 5 at the time. And I ran out and said, "Trevor, what on earth are you doing? You're digging up our backyard." And he said, Grandma, I'm making spreading ground so when it rains, it can all go down in the aquifer. And I thought, I've been talking about too much stuff here with him.
That's funny.
Thank you very much. And thank you all
very
for
much.
the kind words.
Did the water percolate for, anyway, forget it, we won't go there. Thank you very, very much. All right, we are going to push on to item 3, the consent calendar.
I'll move the approval.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any questions, any items? All right, please vote. And that is adopted on a 5-0 vote, approved on a 5-0 vote. Moving on now to item 6A. And on 6A, let's see, this is also the subject, just for the public's clarification, this is also the subject of the special meeting agenda. And I also believe that we have a revised agenda report with us this evening. So with that, I'll call on Mr. Klotzel to start us off.
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Is this item going to include a discussion regarding the trolley?
This item is to consider award of a contract for transit services that does then provide the trolley services, operations of the trolley.
All right. Well, then I believe we have 2 council members that are going to need to recuse themselves.
That's right.
Okay.
And then we need to
We
stay.
have to explain the reasons.
yes.
I own property within 500 feet of one of the bus stops.
And I am within 300 feet of one of these stops as well,
Your businesses.
my businesses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. We'll wait for just a second. Okay, Dave.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and remaining council members. As was already mentioned, yes, a special meeting agenda was posted with a revised staff report with some important revisions that were needed to be made. I'll briefly touch on that and then turn it over to Tyler Nesfed. We'll walk through a presentation on the item. The revised staff report largely was required to include the full amount of authorization that council would be making or approving for this new contract if awarded. And the initial staff report had the operations and maintenance amount total in there for the proposed 3-year term and did not include the fuel cost. The fuel cost is part of the contract that the contract provider fuels the vehicles, obviously, to be able to drive them, and then that cost is passed on directly to the city. It's essentially a pass-through cost. It is not an element of the proposed rate. So we revised the staff report to add in that total fuel cost over the proposed 3-year term so that the total authorization approved by council would include that amount. The other revision that you'll see in the table, it's table 2, where there's the cost comparison, is an update to the city estimated annual revenue hours, and those went up by a couple thousand hours per year. And the reason for that is the RFP was issued with the original numbers that were in the original staff report, and that was in December, January timeframe of when we were putting the RFP together based on those numbers. Since then, we have a couple more months of actual ridership data. We have better information at this point to have basically better numbers to estimate those annual revenue hours going forward. And so those numbers were adjusted also, and that changed the dollar amounts in the cost comparison. Important to note, those are the numbers also that are included in our preparations for the next budget year, for fiscal year budget. So our budget document or budget numbers are based on those revised estimated revenue hours. So that's also an item that was changed there in the staff report. So we're looking at the revised agenda report under City Council Item 1A of the special meeting agenda, and then we'll go through a presentation here, and staff will be available for any questions. So Tyler will provide that presentation.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, council members, we're here to talk about the Transit Operations Maintenance Service Award of Contract. Camarillo Area Transit Services Currently, the contract for transit operations and maintenance is contracted with RATP. We offer fixed route services. We offer the fixed route itself, as well as the trolley route. Because we offer fixed route services, we offer complimentary paratransit. And complimentary paratransit is required by the Americans with Disabilities Act, or ADA. And the form of complimentary paratransit that we provide is called Dial-A-Ride. We have local Dial-A-Ride, which is for ADA and senior riders, as well as general purpose. And then we offer regional Dial-A-Ride services for ADA and senior riders only. The current services with RATP, in December of 2015, Council awarded Roadrunner Shuttle Services a 3-year contract with 7 additional years, so a 10-year contract. That contract became effective in April the following year of 2016, and that started the initial 3-year term. 2 years later, RATP purchased Roadrunner, and Council authorized the assignment of that contract to RATP. The following year, in May, Council authorized a 1-year extension because that was the original 3-year term expiring. So Council authorized a 1-year extension through March 31st, 2020. Now, in November, December, RATP requested a rate increase, citing financial losses, and exercised their option to terminate the contract as of April 1st, 2020, should that requested rate not be approved. In December 11th, 2019, Council authorized the issuance of a request for proposals for a new transit operations maintenance service contract while staff evaluated RTP's requested price modification. So because they were terminating the contract, if the negotiation for that price modification wasn't accepted, we wanted to make sure that we had appropriate plans set up to continue services without interruption, so Council authorized an RFP. In January and February of this year, RATP's requested the price modification rate of $67.65 per vehicle revenue hour. And then in February, RATP and West Coast Paratransit submitted proposals for the transit RFP. And so that's kind of where we're at today, and now we're looking at a recommendation to award a new contract for transit services. To review the proposals received by West Coast Paratransit and RATP, a panel of 4 city staff reviewed and scored the proposals. Out of 100 points, RATP scored 94 and West Coast Paratransit scored 88. Both firms were invited to interview and give a presentation to the same panel that reviewed the proposals. The average interview scores out of 100 for RATP was 92, and for West Coast Paratransit was 66. The 3 primary differences between the proposals and interviews came down to federal funding requirements, relevant experience with Dial-A-Ride, as well as the cost of services. And we'll talk about each one of those in depth. First of all, the federal funding requirements. The FTA funding that we receive, Federal Transit Administration, those regulations and requirements are very important for how we provide the service, and understanding those rules is weighted important because it secures a large amount of funding for the services. Both proposals themselves scored very well regarding the FTA requirements. And we want to point out that both firms had requested the 2015 proposals that Roadrunner had submitted, and both firms' proposals looked very similar. They touched on a lot of the same points during that process, and that's why both of those firms scored very high. During the interviews, though, RATP demonstrated specific knowledge of the requirements and how to address compromising situations, such as ADA situations or Title VI situations. Those FTA requirements, RATP was able to answer those questions fully and completely. RATP also demonstrated that their corporate support through that corporate ownership, that they had more thorough policies regarding record retention and just overall a more complete policy procedures than West Coast Paratransit. West Coast Paratransit was unable to appropriately answer some of the FTA related questions, which is why their scores for the interview portion was so low. However, they did have very extensive ADA policy knowledge, and is by far their greatest strength is their knowledge of the ADA. Relevant experience with Dial-A-Ride. Currently, the primary mode of service that CAT offers is general purpose Dial-A-Ride. It's by far our most utilized and largest cost of the service. With limited ADA service and subscription service options. And limited ADA services doesn't mean that we limit ADA, but it's that we have ADA accessible transit, and that all of our ADA features meet the requirement of the FTA and don't go beyond them. So it's different than like in-home care or gurney transit. We're not going to an individual's house, going through the door, taking them out of bed. We comply with the FTA's limit of ADA regulation. RATP currently fully meets our expectations for Dial-A-Ride services. And they do, currently city staff is very satisfied with the job that they do regarding ADA and FTA regulations. West Coast Paratransit's experience with Dial-A-Ride is primarily with ADA and subscription services. So they have less experience with the general purpose portion of the service. And their ADA services are more on they do that through the door gurney transit, which is why they have so much knowledge in ADA. Far beyond what is necessary for our service. However, they don't do as much general purpose Dial-A-Ride, and it's just a different type of Dial-A-Ride service, and that's really where their focus is, just in a different spot. And then looking at the cost of service, I want to walk you through this table. As Dave mentioned earlier, we had revised the number of estimated revenue hours based on more current information. And we use those revenue hours and we multiply them times the proposed rate. So for year one of the contract, West Coast Paratransit's rate is $62 per vehicle revenue hour, and RATP's was $67.65, which is the same as their requested rate in the price modification. In addition to multiplying that out, we add the annual trolley lease rate to that to get the estimated annual cost of the contract based on that rate. So to compare them, it doesn't include fuel costs because those are constants. So when looking at the difference between the contracts, we wanted to look at just what the different prices were. So you can see that in year one, the total estimated cost would be just over $2 million, 2.2 million. For West Coast Paratransit, and RATP at 2.4, with a difference of about $222,000. Year two, it's the same process of multiplying the revenue hours by the proposed rate and adding the trolley lease. And for the 3-year total, that initial 3-year term, you could see that the total difference between the two firms is $652,401. Which is 9.4% higher in estimated cost for RATP. The existing contracts in the county for similar transit services range from $65 to $68 per vehicle revenue hour. So both firms have provided prices that are within a normal range of price, and it's what the other agencies in the county are being charged currently. So the results of the RFP process, looking at the scores, you can see that the proposal score is RATP scored 94, West Coast Paratransit 88. RATP's interview score was 92, and West Coast Paratransit's was 66. The three primary differences was that knowledge of the federal funding, the relevant experience with the general purpose Dial-A-Ride, and then the initial 3-year term cost of servicing, not including the fuel, is as follows there, the $7.6 and $7 million. So staff recommends selecting RATP to provide the transit operations and maintenance services effective April 1st, 2020. And based on that recommendation, we want to look at the funding for those funding impacts for the current fiscal year and then beyond. So the current fiscal year, The existing contract would normally have increased to $54.91 per vehicle revenue hour as of April 1st, and that difference in price to $67.65 would lead to require an additional appropriation of $81,000 for the remainder of the fiscal year. Looking forward, that would all be general fund impact. Those funds wouldn't be able to be paid for using federal funding, so it would be 100% general fund impact. Moving forward, the estimated first-year contract, if we used at the $54.91 rate, the unavailable rate based on the old or the existing contract, would be about $1.93 million, not including fuel, so just looking at the revenue hour rate. And that first-year cost to provide that rate with the new proposed rate would be $2.4 million. So we're comparing the $1.9 million and the $2.4 million. And so for the year one budget impact, you're looking at $490,000 of general fund additional. You could see that we have the year one. Again, it's the rate times the revenue hours plus the trolley lease, adding fuel in, looking at the total costs of the contract now, because the action is asking for a total appropriation. This is now the total estimated annual cost using RATP's revenue hour rate. We get $2.7 million for year one, $2.8 million for year two, and about $3 million for year three. The contract cost doesn't include total transit budget for capital purchases, insurance, depreciation. So when looking forward at the transit budget in whole, that number would be closer to $3.4 million. This is very specific to just the operations and maintenance contract. We do receive revenues, and those wouldn't be impacted by this contract, but we receive approximately $1.3 million in federal funds every year. That number changes every year. It's based on a formula. And we usually figure that number out about a year after we've actually provided the services. We get estimates every year, and it's around $1.3 million. We also get contributions from other agencies, the university, Leisure Village, and Chamber of Commerce. Again, that's approximately $35,000 of revenue. The Chamber of Commerce provides what they can based on ad sales on the trolley space, so it can change a little bit. But we get about $35,000 annually from other agencies. And then we also collect fare revenues and bus pass sales of approximately $150,000 a year. So when we're looking at these large contract cost price, we do want to keep in mind that we do receive revenues for these services. It's not total general fund impact, but there is a large general fund impact to these services. So the next steps would be that staff recommends selecting RATP for a new contract to provide transit operations and maintenance services effective April 1, 2020. So this would be a new contract starting all over with a 3-year term and 7 additional optional years. For council to authorize an $81,000 appropriation for this current fiscal year. And then we will return to council to discuss cost reduction measures, including increasing or introducing fares, reducing or eliminating some of the premium services that we provide. And we provide, several premium services very efficiently, but those would be some of the first things on the table because of the premium nature that we would want to look at to reduce costs, as well as revising capital purchase plan, buying, cheaper or different vehicles. And with that, I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Council members, questions? Sean?
Yep. Late last year, the council approved, instead of leasing the trolley from RAPDev, which we currently do, and I understand we still currently do, we decided to make the capital expenditure and purchase a trolley.
Correct.
And that would reduce some costs in the long term. How are those costs? Are those reflected in here?
The costs here include a trolley lease because the typical time that we purchase a vehicle is in June, and it would take approximately a year to receive the vehicle, or sometimes even slightly more. So we still want to budget for that lease period. And then there are other options available that we're trying to explore right now. We're trying to get more information, and we can bring that back as far as maybe purchasing the Ventura trolley that's no longer in use. We're going to look and see if we can find a way to purchase that significantly cheaper.
But the leasing of the trolley, I think that's a expenditure, off the top of my head, I want to say it's around $3,000 a month. Like it's not particularly. $3,500 a month.
Yeah, $42,000 annually.
$42,000 annually. So is that something that once our purchase trolley comes into play, that'll effectively be eliminated
Correct.
off the monthly cost?
Correct. In the previous presentation where we discussed those costs, the total savings, the cost of a regular trolley is, I want to say it's $200,000 or $250,000. So the city would have to contribute 20% of that. And when you put that over 5 years, plus it changes the way that we get reimbursed for that service, the difference is that we would save about $1,000 to $2,000 a year is really the only difference. But it is a savings, unless we can find a vehicle significantly cheaper.
Right. Does either of these, but I guess we're specifically I'll specifically talk about RepDev or RATP. When it comes to purchasing fuel, do they have contracts? Do they have designated gas stations or suppliers that will offer them the most competitive price when it comes to fuel?
I'm not certain exactly how they acquire the fuel. I know that they have preferred gas stations as part of their procedures, but I'm not sure which stations those are.
Okay, I mean, maybe that's something we can dive into down the road as we look at cost-cutting measures. I'm definitely interested in that. At this point, and just to put it in perspective or context, if we don't approve a contract come by or before April 1st, our public transportation ceases to exist, more or less. We don't have the means by which to offer public transportation.
Correct.
Okay. So we're effectively down to the wire. Okay. That's all the question I have right now, but I'll probably come back with just a few more. Thanks.
Okay. Well, why is there such a difference in the lease rate for the trolley between West Coast Paratransit and Roadrunner?
I'm not sure.
I mean, it's a huge.
That's a business decision. I don't know why they're leasing it at that rate.
Okay, it's just a significant difference. And you explained pretty well why the federal funding requirements are so important. Can you give an example or even be more specific about?
Yeah. So, for example, one of the requirements of the FTA is Title VI. And Title VI would be discrimination complaints. So if somebody feels like they're being discriminated against for any one of the protected classes, and that is not handled appropriately per the FTA, and that individual makes a claim against the city for Title VI, then we could be subject to losing our funding. So for the various FTA regulations, it's important that our operator know what those regulations are to help protect us to secure our funding. Some of the other issues would be record retention. We have triennial audits every 3 years that the FTA will send an auditor out to the site to visit and look through the records. And if those records aren't kept up to date, they can have questionable findings or findings that need to be corrected. And again, the big issue is we could lose funding if it's not handled per the FTA's regulation.
Thank you. That helps because I know it's important. I just wanted you to get a little bit more down into the weeds, as Mr. Tremblay would say. And then the last thing, if we change what we do with the trolley, are we locked in for 3 years with leasing it, or?
What do you mean by change what we do?
Well, because we purchased a trolley, correct?
We haven't purchased it yet.
Okay. If we were to, and it was here before the end of this 3-year contract.
We would not be locked into the lease rate.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thanks.
I have some questions for you. Can we go back on the slides to the 3 distinctions between the 2 proposals prior to final budget impact? What I'm focusing on are the federal funding requirements and the scoring on the proposals, the results of the RFP process. So 3 primary differences. When I read the staff report, the federal funding requirements on page 2 of the staff report kind of leapt out at me. And you were drawing a distinction, staff was drawing a distinction between RATP on the one hand and West Coast PT on the other. And you said with regard to WCPT, it did not demonstrate such specific experience, but explained their ability to perform as required. And on table 2, strike that, on table 1, under the proposal comparison, you indicated for West Coast Paratransit knowledge of federal requirements but no experience. Example reports demonstrate sufficient records. And then in your oral presentation, I think you said that West Coast does possess expertise. Both proposals scored well regarding the FTA requirements, right?
Correct.
And West Coast did well. They have expertise in both ADA and Title VI. Did I hear that right?
No, they do not have as much knowledge regarding Title VI.
Okay. I'm not, I don't have a dog in the hunt as between the 2, but the difference between the cost proposals as revised is over $650,000. That's a significant difference. Did staff ask themselves, well, why not hire a federal compliance consultant to assist West Coast Paratransit in making up any, basically, if I understood the staff report correctly, it's that West Coast Paratransit didn't have the experience that RATP had, but their proposal was otherwise sufficient in terms of their written proposal. So I guess because it's such a large sum of money, that's the difference, why not spend a little bit of that difference and provide a compliance consultant rather than go with the more expensive proposal?
I think the primary difference, and that's kind of the point with the follow-up interview, is the proposal can be presented, it's an open book test. And the FTA is, a large manual of information. And when you take the time to fill that information out and put it into a proposal, it can certainly read one way. But and the difference is really between the interview score and the proposal score. When directly asked questions about the FTA, they were unable to answer them. So they did not have the experience there. And if we were to go with the option of selecting them and hiring a consultant to assist them with those federal requirements, that would be, is it worth the risk? We have a known successful contract. The difference is 9%, 9.4%.
Well, that's certainly a large difference, though, in terms of the macro figures. I mean, there is a really distinct difference in the annual trolley lease rate between the 2 proposals. And I know that you said we don't know why, but I mean, I certainly keyed on that. I mean, in each of the categories in their initial 3-year term, there's about a $200,000 swing in each of the line item categories.
If I may also interject, Mayor, and we fully do expect the trolley lease to go away eventually when we're under our own trolley ownership. So again, we're not going to realize that likely for at least a year. We'll continue to pay the lease rate, but long term, the initial 3-year, or the second and third year of the initial, and then a likely further extension of the contract, we fully expect that lease rate to go away. And then another item on that cost difference, yes, generally $220,000 or so a year higher with RATP, and the concept of another party is definitely valid and viable. However, I would question how efficient that would be ultimately on cost, even cost. I mean, we didn't run any numbers or get any estimates for that. I'm not sure what a consultant would charge for that, but for other typical public professional services that we acquire for other services within the department, within the city, I would expect a consultant services would get close to that on an annual basis for the level of documentation. And then also the additional amount of staff time that it's going to take us to manage another consultant to do that. Really, in our mind, really makes it a wash with going with RATP, who possesses that experience and expertise, and has demonstrated that over quite a few years.
Okay, I understand where you're coming from. I mean, whether or not it's a wash is arguable. The average proposal score was the scores between the two entities were close. There was 6 points difference between them. The average interview score, there was a large discrepancy between the two, and I think it was principally because of the federal funding requirements category. And so I was trying to, since that seems to be our operative phrase tonight, go into the weeds a little bit on why that's the case. I mean, I certainly respect the right of RATP to terminate its agreement, but I also have to be mindful of the difference in the cost proposals between the two entities. Is there, just to confirm again, the $65 per hour rate to $65 to $68 per hour, that's within the general range within the county
Yes,
among transit providers?
correct.
Municipality transit providers? Okay. Okay, I don't have any more questions at this point. Sean?
Yeah, I'm going to circle back because I do have a few. We had talked about, and for me, on page 3, we said, staff is currently evaluating possible modifications to existing CAT services and to identify reasonable cost reductions and revenue increasing measures considered by the council at a future meeting. That's critical for me. And I'm going to make a few comments too, because I find difficulty in swallowing this because in the long term it's not sustainable. I don't see how it's sustainable. And I know that changes are going to have to come within the confines of the contract. We are able to make those changes within those 3 years, the first initial 3 years.
Yes.
The changes if we choose to change, modify in any way, hours, services, vehicles, the like.
Correct.
Okay. Did staff ever consider? Actually, let me start. Does the federal money, does it mandate or require us to use one vendor
No,
for the services we provide here?
no, we could use multiple vendors.
Did we consider somehow breaking it up and looking at the trolley and the fixed route as a one possible contract, and the paratransit, the more the ADA as a separate? And possibly by breaking those two things up, and they, in my eyes, they're although they're related, they're kind of two distinctive, different beasts in their own right. Breaking those up in order to see cost savings.
Yes, with transit, there's definitely an economy of scale, and usually with the more that you're providing or the more that you bundle, the better price you're going to get. There are examples of agencies that are paying over $80 revenue hour, but it's because they're doing small revenue hour services. So they're not comparable to the services that we would be doing, which is why that's not in that range that I presented earlier. But it would likely not be the same rates at those smaller workloads.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thanks, John. So that brings up another question from me, or maybe a couple of questions. Describe for me the termination provision. If the council were to approve this contract, describe to me the termination provision in the contract at the end of year. Let me rephrase this. Does the city have the ability to terminate the agreement without cause and without penalty at the end of year one?
Yes. We can do that.
Does the city have the ability to terminate that portion of the contract with respect to the trolley component at year one?
Mm-hmm. As long as we give a written notice ahead of time. I don't want to cite the wrong number of days, but we have the ability to terminate any portion of the contract.
And I should add, and without cause and without additional fees.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Sean.
To be clear, because I'm picked up on something we talked about earlier, the council has approved the appropriation of money for the trolley purchase and approved the trolley purchase itself, the purchase itself, but staff, as at this point, has not officially made the purchase. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you. If we have further questions, we'll let you know. Do I have any speaker cards on this? All right. Is there anybody who wishes to speak on this item? All right. Hearing none, we'll bring it back for discussion. Who wants to start off?
All right, sure. I won't say too much about, I'm going to try to be succinct. This is quite a bit of money, and it's a rather large cost increase. And from my numbers, just from what we currently pay, I understand that both proposals are going to increase costs substantially, and that even within each one, there's quite the delta of about, I'm going off the top of my head, $300,000 to $500,000. Overall, we're over the next 3 years, we're going to see anywhere between $1.5 million to $2 million in additional costs relative to our public transit, with no reasonable way to accommodate those increased costs. So it's something, I'm, by no means, I have no intention of trying to blow this up or because we're within 30 days. If we don't make a decision on this, then we're going to be in an undesirable situation when it comes to public transit in Camarillo and the services that we provide the residents who need it most. But we absolutely need to take a really hard, really in-depth, in the weeds look at our public transit and how we can reduce the costs. Even if, if it's a $10,000 here and $10,000 there, it matters. It all adds up. So if we can really look, get into the weeds on fuel costs and how those fuel costs are derived. Where is our service provider fueling up? Do they have agreements? Are they doing the best work they can in order to save money? Instead of using this one gas station that's 10 or 20 cents higher per gallon, they're using this other gas station. Because when you're buying $350,000 worth of fuel, it adds up. And just being really conscious of the money we're spending, particularly if there's opportunities to where we can try to reduce the financial impact cost to our residents. Clearly, I'm not particularly fond of trying to reduce services, and I understand that's something we're going to have to look at. But trying to get the costs under control, I know that this is not unique to us. But there's still, it doesn't lessen the blow anymore. So I can I can be supportive of staff's recommendation, but that's with the caveat that we really need to take a much more in-depth, stringent look at these costs and how we arrive to them, and whether we need a significant change in our services, and how we provide them, what we provide, who we provide them to, the like. So that's all I got.
Susan?
So I agree, the cost increase is substantial, but when you look at the rates compared to what other counties are paying transit providers, it's within range. So I can't find it ridiculously out of range or unfair. I'm not surprised at the cost increasing. Everything's getting more expensive. And we've discussed in prior closed session when we've talked about our transit within the city and the dial-a-ride, that we have to address the cost. The city has some really good transportation options, and for good prices. The rates are very reasonable, and we have talked in previous sessions about that we have to look at this and look at the costs and look at ways to address the cost. So I'm supportive of that. I think that RATP, it's a known entity. I think the FTA requirements are very important. I think it would be really tough to switch over to a new provider, being concerned about the FTA requirements or considering a consultant. I think that would just be too much and too risky to do very quickly. So I'm supportive of this, agreeing with Sean that we do need to look at the costs and how we can make up that difference.
Go ahead, Sean.
Just one clarifying comment. You said we had discussed in closed session, but I think you meant to say study session. Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks. I was about ready to say that. A couple more questions. So as I understand it then, just to clarify, if the council were to approve this agreement, there is an escape hatch at the end of 1 year, correct?
Yes.
Without cause and without penalty to the city.
Correct.
Is it possible to do a 1-year contract rather than a 3-year contract?
It's possible, yes.
Question for the city attorney. Does this item require a majority of the council to vote in favor or a majority of the existing quorum?
I think it's a majority of the council because you're talking about spending money. And under the government code, as I recall it, an expenditure of funds would require 3.
So it requires all 3 of us
Yes.
to vote yes on this
Yes.
in order for the matter to proceed.
Yes.
If the council were to say, just hypothetically, if the council were to say no to this, there would still be another opportunity this month to bring the matter back to the council. Correct? Okay.
There may be a little bit more to that, depending on what the direction would be to bring it back under. We are working with the results of the RFP process that did identify the 3-year contract term, initial 3-year term, according to the provisions of the contract, of course. So we would have to investigate that further.
If the contract were to be only one, if the council were to approve a contract with RATP but specify that it was only of a 1-year duration and instruct staff to go out and do a similar process about this time or a little earlier than this next year, what burden does that impose on city staff?
just going through the process again. As far as number of hours, I wouldn't be able to estimate that off the top of my head, but.
I hear Mr. Norman wanting to speak.
So, Dave, when the RFP or the contract was bid, it was bid on a 3-year basis with 7 one-year extensions. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So, before we can commit to bringing back a 1-year contract, we need to check with the vendors as to whether or not their contract pricing changes if it goes from 3 base years to 1 base year.
Right.
They may not accept that.
Are the vendors here tonight?
I believe one is.
Yes, well, RATP is here. I don't see West Coast Paratransit.
Would they be willing to speak to this item?
Before that, I should mention, the RFP went out for 3 years, and you had whoever responded. If the RFP had been for a different term, then it's possible at least that there may have been responses from others. So even if you had the consent of those who responded to change it to a 1 year, the question would be, if the RFP was for a 3-year process and you're changing it to a 1 year, would you have had others that might have responded to the RFP? I think it's been noted that there is a 1-year termination provision, so if the council were interested in seeing how the performance went for 1 year, you could do that. I didn't see the contract in the agenda packet, but I'm understanding from staff that it has a provision after 1 year.
It has a provision that at any time with enough notice, you can
Okay.
terminate.
With or without cause.
With or without cause.
Okay.
And with or without penalty
And with or without penalty.
to the city?
Correct.
So my advice would be that even if you have the consent of these proposers to change it, that would not necessarily resolve the issue because the RFP went out for a 3-year contract. But since you've got the termination after 1 year, I think you do have the protection that I'm sensing the council is looking for, which is how's it going to be after 1 year? And you could address it at that time.
And I understand, Mr. Perrick, thank you for that clarification. And you're quite sure that this requires 3 votes of the council and not just 2 out of 3?
Well, I'm not quite sure very much, but I would say that my recollection is there's a specific government code section that says for the expenditure of money, you need 3 votes. And let me say, I'll give you that a 98% certainty on that one.
All right. Well, the very significant difference in price concerns me. And my experience has been professionally that, when someone doesn't have the experience that perhaps others have, there is a way to rectify that. I mean, you got to gain your experience somewhere. But I'm also balancing that with burden on staff and concern over FTA requirements being met. And again, I respect the right of RATP to terminate the extant contract, but I also have to recognize the difference in the cost proposals. So, given that, the advice from the city attorney is that there needs to be 3 affirmative votes on this. I'm willing to support this recommendation, but I would like to see this matter brought back to council in 6 months from today. Well, maybe not from today, whatever 6 months. And we would reevaluate this again with an eye toward whether or not the city wants to go ahead and exercise a termination at the 1 year point, with no disrespect to RATP or anybody else. But I think we need to reevaluate this on a year-by-year basis and reevaluate it significantly, both with respect to performance and with respect to the trolley, because the trolley issue is really of concern to me as well. So if I can get that as a sort of a agreement to go along with that, then I'll go ahead and supply the third vote that's necessary.
And I would also add the caveat that we bring this back and have an even more in-depth, maybe analytical discussion about service. I know we've had previous study sessions, but I'd like to have another one.
If I could
Dave.
just add on to that to confirm that, actually, since those previous discussions, we've been forming up the options, beginning the analysis with an intent to, we wanted to cross this hurdle, and then so we had actual costs to work with, and we're going to continue to develop that, and likely before 6 months, we'd be back in study session with that deeper dive into those options, and then a further revisit if needed at that 6-month period, as you're mentioning, Mayor.
Because we're real clear, my intent would be to focus on whether or not to terminate the agreement this agreement, if it were adopted tonight, after 1 year.
Right. Understood.
And utilize that escape clause.
Right.
So,
While I'm speaking, if I could add, just to, and it sounds like we're going to be hearing a motion for suggested action. Just want to mention that it does also need to include that additional appropriation of $81,000 for current fiscal year 1920. So if that can be added into the motion, appreciate that.
all right. Do I hear a motion? I realize it's
Just one
6:07.
more quick comment. Let's just make sure, what I think would make sense is that we have the study session on cost reduction before we come back and look at evaluating the,
Yes,
Just-
and that's our current timing.
Perfect.
We're planning.
I think that's my understanding, too. So, all right. Is there a motion?
I'll move this suggested action with the added, or with the amended $81,000, or $81,000 appropriation, additional appropriation.
I'll second.
Would you be willing to amend the motion to require that this item be brought back to council for both study session purposes, both with respect to evaluating the entire transit, all the transit issues, plus this agreement, not later than 6 months from now?
I would. Please I will incorporate that into my motion.
And I will second that.
Okay. All right. Is that motion clear enough for staff? All right. Any other questions? Let's vote. All right, that motion's adopted on a 3-0 vote. And with that, we are going to adjourn to study session where we have 2 items. The first are community service grants. The second is the July 4th fireworks. We may also be in closed session during this time. I'm not sure, but Mr. Pierrick, could you provide the closed session notice, please?
Yeah, we have 2 closed session items tonight. One is a conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. That would be initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. Number of cases is 1. And then a conference with real property negotiator. That's authorized by Government Code Section 54956.8. The property is the former library at 3100 Ponderosa. The agency negotiators are listed in the agenda. The negotiating parties include Kidstream, Children's Museum. Under negotiation are price and terms of payment.
All right, we're going to recess to study session, reconvene in the administrative conference room, and come back on a call to order at 7:30 p.m. All right, it being 7:30 PM, we're going to reconvene and call to order. I'll let the record reflect that all 5 council members are present. Mr. Kildee, can you lead us in the flag salute?
Place your right hand over your heart. Ready to begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kildee. We are going to have one amendment to the agenda. What we'll do, members of the council, is go ahead and start with our presentation from the American Red Cross Month, and then that will be followed by public comments, and I have 2 speaker cards for public comments. And then thereafter, we're going to insert item 13A and B, oral communications by the city manager and city attorney who will be addressing the COVID-19 coronavirus issue. And then we will go on to our 2 public hearings for the evening. And then later on, we'll have to go back and pick up anything else in the agenda, including the closed sessions, which we've not been to yet. So, without objection, we will now go to the our presentation, American Red Cross Month. And that's me. So, if I could be joined by this gentleman over here, we're going to take a portable microphone. And since the protocol, is that on? Okay. So I would shake your hand, but our new protocol is that we are not shaking hands these days. So we'll just do a small bow. But I want to provide you with you should introduce yourself, please. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm Ken Bauer. I'm on the board of directors of the Ventura County Red Cross with our offices right here in Camarillo.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for being here, Mr. Bauer. So this is a proclamation of the mayor of the city of Camarillo, and it is signed by all 5 of my colleagues. I'm just going to read it because it's pretty short. Whereas the American Red Cross was established as a humanitarian organization to provide services to those in need. Every year, the American Red Cross responds to more than 60,000 disasters across the country. And whereas Red Cross Month allows us to recognize and thank Red Cross volunteers and donors who give up their time and their resources to help members of the community, and whereas the American Red Cross shelters, feeds, and provides emotional support to victims of disasters, supplies about 40% of the nation's blood, teaches skills that save lives, provides international humanitarian aid, and supports military members and the family, now therefore be it resolved that as the mayor, together with my fellow council members, we hereby proclaim March 2020 as American Red Cross Month, and we encourage all Americans to support this organization and its humanitarian mission. Congratulations, Mr. Bauer. Thank you very much for being here this evening. I think we have, do you want to take a picture, Jeffrey? Okay. So, if we hold this, we'll hold this. Mr. Bauer, is there anything you would like to say?
Yeah, if I go out of the podium.
Sure. Why don't you approach at the lectern? Thank you. And then we may have council members who may wish to say something.
Thank you very much for this proclamation. I really appreciate it. You probably have noticed if you're on Facebook, we're getting them all over the county, all over California for our whole region. So it's a big deal for us. I would just like to call your attention to the flyer I handed out a minute ago. I've got plenty here if anybody in the audience would like one. Coming up on May 16th is our 5th annual bike rides, a 30, a 60, and a 100-mile ride. We start and finish right here in Camarillo at our Red Cross offices. And 100% of the proceeds that we raise go to support our 72 volunteers that support Point Mugu, Naval Base Ventura, and they stay locally right here. And so that's the whole vision. We're on, our budget this year is to raise $47,000, and we've got a number of new sponsors this year, and we're usually looking at 200 to 220 riders that are paying an average of $85 a person, and it's just, it's a great event. There's a breakfast beforehand, rest stops throughout the ride, and then a great lunch and live entertainment all day right here in Camarillo. So thank you very much. Any questions?
Sure, let me just, and people can find out more about the ride if they go to the Red Cross's
Red Cross.
website?
Ventura County Red Cross.
Ventura County Red Cross. All right. Any comments? Sean?
What is going to be the route? Are you guys going to go down PCH or?
No, we, they all kind of go together. We start in Camarillo, we go to Port Hueneme, we go to Oxnard, and then come back
Okay.
for the 30-mile. We go all the way up to Ventura and around for the 60-mile, and then we go all the way to Fillmore and Santa Paula for the 100-mile.
Well, I for one will be in the saddle, so I am definitely going to be participating. So you'll absolutely see me out there.
Oh, fantastic. Be sure to come up, beforehand and introduce yourself. Appreciate
Absolutely.
that.
Very good. I don't know how many, well, I was going to ask you how many miles you're going to do, but I'm not going to go there.
I'll do the century.
I just admire
Put me on the record for the
Good for
century.
you. Okay. All right. Any other questions? Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it. And thank you for providing us with more information on Operation Ride for the Red. Well, good night. All right. At this point, we're going to go to public comments. The rules for public comment is that when I call you forward and you begin, you'll have 3 minutes to make your public comments. At the end of the 3 minutes, and you can see it by a clock that you'll be able to see in the front, and there'll be a warning light with 1 minute to go, and at the end of 3 minutes, that you must conclude your presentation. All right? So the first speaker is Timothy McGarry.
Good evening, honorable council members.
Welcome.
Mayor. My name is Timothy McGarry. I've lived in Camarillo for the past 25 years, where I currently reside with my wife and 5 daughters. As this is my first time addressing this particular configuration of our city's government, I regret that this communication is an Article 1, Section 3A redress of grievance. As you've all sworn an oath to uphold and defend the constitutions of both these United States and the state of California, we'll consider those documents both read and understood by the parties present. That being said, the situation we find ourselves in is unacceptable. Through the width and breadth of Western civilization, from Plato's Socratic dialogues in 375 BC to Mahatma Gandhi, we've held the beautiful yet simple truth that a good, fair, and just society shall be measured by how it treats the lowliest and the most powerful members inside of it. Las personas son la ciudad. The people are the city. In 2018, the DOJ concluded an investigation into and publicly reprimanded the VCSD for harassing indigent individuals in the city of Camarillo, using and abusing not only the public trust, but also ordinance put into effect by the city council, maps drawn up by our city planners, and always, always at the behest of and on the dime of the city of Camarillo through contract. In 2019, the City Council approved a contract to outsource a portion of our community responsibility of policing to a private corporation, Data Ticket Incorporated, a corporation that at the time was touted for being AB 503 compliant, a bill attempting practical solutions for indigent persons to pay fines. And yet, in order to engage their appellate system, one needs a physical address, the practical reality of which is if you don't have a home, you don't have justice. If you can call an appellant process through a private corporation justice. Article 1, Section 7A of the California Constitution states a person may not be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law or denial of equal protection of the laws. Subsection B of that states that a citizen or class of citizens may not be granted privileges or immunities not granted on the same terms to all citizens. It is a sad commentary that this is how we treat the poor, and I recently got notice that where our Ventura County sheriffs put people living in their vehicles out in the industrials, the businesses out there are attempting to get together to petition the city council to do something about the problem. I stand resolute that our city council will not act in bias, will not discriminate against the most lowly in our society. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. McGarry. Our next speaker is Todd Schuman.
Greetings, Council.
Welcome.
How are you doing today? I want to make a request that the city revisit the renewable energy content default of Camarillo at the next council meeting. I believe that will be March 25th. Currently, the city participates as part of Clean Power Alliance, and I believe the default level that everyone gets is 36% renewable energy content. I would like the city to revisit potentially raising that up to the 50% level, or even I would like the city also to consider the 100% level. Emissions of greenhouse gases keep expanding. I mean, nothing seems to change. The planet's getting warmer every year. Carbon dioxide levels increase, methane levels increase. We got a climate emergency, and we can do more as a city. We can at least go up to 50% so that people getting half of their electricity is driven by renewable energy rather than fossil fuels. I think we should go up higher. I request our representative on the Clean Power Alliance to again request the development of a fourth tier. I would like to see a 66% tier. I've requested this with Clean Power Alliance and all sorts of elected officials in this county before, and nothing seems to happen. I think that would be great. That would be roughly double of what our default is, and it would probably cost not too much more than what we already pay, which is a little bit less than the Pacific, Southern California Edison default. But in any case, I think it's time to revisit it. We only have a deadline. We have a deadline coming up. Council Member Santangelo can inform us. This decision has to be made, I believe, before April 1st to go in effect for the next year. Otherwise, you have to wait much longer. So again, I live here in Camarillo. My address is 2260 Camilar. I've been here 10 years. I've advocated for this before. I'm very glad that the council has, in the past, has made a decision to participate in the Clean Power Alliance, but I believe it's time for us to up our game. We are in a climate emergency on this planet, and we can do more, and we should do more. And it doesn't cost that much to do more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. That concludes our speaker cards. Any other speakers on public comments? All right. Hearing none.
Your Honor,
no further.
I had a question of staff as it pertains to that. Ms. Santangelo did make a similar request 1 or 2 meetings ago. I think Mrs. Craven had seconded in looking at and bringing it back to council prior to that deadline. It was, am I misremembering?
I don't remember that.
Mr. Clifford, could you speak to this item?
Certainly. When we looked at this item and discussed it with Councilmember Santangelo, a decision was made at this time not to proceed with that, but to look at it as a broader process. So we'll be taking some time and bringing back something in the fall, discussing what all needs to be done to make this happen and what led to the selection of the initial lien rate right now that the City Council selected. So there's a lot more work required and a lot more public engagement required, and so the decision was made to defer that, not to stop it, but to defer looking at that.
Okay, didn't know that. Thank you very much.
Yes.
I really wanted to be able to engage the community and be able to hear, and I just didn't feel that if we pushed it through and tried to do it by April 1st, that it would give it a fair chance. So we can still decide by the end of this year for the following year. So.
All right. Thank you. We'll now proceed to item 13A and 13C. I'm sorry, 13A and 13B, new business oral communications informational items by both the city manager and the city attorney, who I believe are going to address us on COVID-19 and the coronavirus issue. And I wanted to make sure that we did that at the beginning of this meeting as close to 7:30 as possible. I think what I'll do, with my colleagues' permission, is perhaps come back to council member comments later on after the public hearings. But right now, to hear from Mr. Norman and Mr. Pyrick respectively with respect to COVID-19 and the city's preparedness. Well, we'll give just a minute for the technical difficulties to be resolved. Shall we proceed now on these items?
Let me go see.
Or do you want to see if we can repair the technical
It's going to
difficulty?
take too long. I will go and see if I can repair it, but we'll have to revisit this later in the meeting.
Okay. Then what we'll do is we'll defer this item, and we'll defer Mr. Pyrick's remarks for right now, see if we can address the technical issues. Then we'll go ahead and move forward then on the public hearings. Under item 18A, we have two public hearings. A and B, we have two public hearings. One is under A, introduction of an ordinance amending the Camarillo Municipal Code pertaining to density bonus and other incentives. Mr. Vaca?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Tremblay. So tonight we have two public hearings to introduce zoning ordinance amendments that were necessitated by updates in state law related to housing topics. And for the first item this evening, we're going to have Deputy City Attorney Kane Toon complete the presentation before the City Council. He's been instrumental in assisting staff with working expeditiously to enact these ordinance amendments to be consistent with state law. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Toon.
Thank you, Joe, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. In 1979, the legislature enacted the state density bonus law, which is codified currently in Government Code Section 65915. The state density bonus law requires that the city adopt an ordinance specifying how it's going to comply with the density bonus law. In our municipal code, Chapter 1949 is how we do just that. However, Chapter 1949 was last updated in 2017. Since 2017, there have been updates to the state density bonus law, and the most recent update was through AB 1763. So the purpose of this ordinance is really simple. We are just trying to conform our current municipal code to the requirements of the state density bonus law. Staff has provided a red line of the text amendments, which summarizes the various changes that we did to Chapter 1949, and that's on page 6 of this item. They include conforming changes relating to state law definitions, the addition of a project eligible for a density bonus where at least 20% of that project is for lower income student housing, the addition of a reference to projects that are eligible for density bonuses where the project contains 100% lower income housing, although the state does allow up to 20% of that to be moderate income housing. An update to the code that says how those certain projects may have up to 4 concessions or incentives, which also include potentially relaxed building height restrictions and an 80 to 100% density bonus, depending on where it's located. Lastly, the updates to the code contain revisions to parking requirements for supportive and special need development. Depending on how close they are to major transit stops, they may request that there be no parking requirements for that type of project. So with this update, again, the goal is really simple. We were tracking what changed in the state density bonus law, and we made precise revisions in our code to reflect that. I do want to note before we present staff's recommendation that I did catch one non-substantive issue on page 7 of your item. We do refer to the definition of homeless service providers as section 103577 D as in dog 3, and that really should be E as in Eric 3. So with that suggested modification and revision, staff's recommendation is for the City Council to request a reading of the ordinance by title only, and also then waive further reading and introduce this ordinance, which amends Chapter 1949 of the Municipal Code to address density bonus and other incentives. So with that, that concludes my presentation, and staff is available for any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Do we have questions? Mr. Kildee.
Yes, Leo. With these prospective changes, is it your opinion that we will be in compliance with the state regs and law as pertained to this particular matter?
Yes, Councilman Kildee, and the way we approached it really is we tried to mirror the state law as much as possible, so that way there is no question whether or not our ordinance is in compliance with the state law.
Okay. That's all I have.
Any other?
No questions.
I have a question for you. On big page 11, under the incentives and concessions under item B4, there's a paragraph added that there will be, that the applicant will receive the following number of incentives or concessions. And now, depending on how this falls out, either 1, 2, or 3 incentives or concessions. And then a brand new paragraph, 4 incentives or concessions for projects, and it references a section. And then if the type of project is located within 1/2 mile of a major transit stop, the applicant may also receive a height increase of up to 3 additional stories or 33 feet. Is the second sentence meant to modify the first sentence under state law? In other words, would that be the and let me try it differently. Let me back up for a second. The definition of incentives or concessions is on page 6 of Exhibit A. And there are 3 definitions of concessions or incentives, and it means any of the following. Number 1, a reduction in site development standards or a modification of zoning code requirements or architectural design requirements that exceed the minimum building standards. Number 2, approval of mixed-use zoning in conjunction with a housing project with some caveats. And number 3, other regulatory incentives or concessions proposed by the applicant or the city that result in identifiable and actual cost reductions. Kane, are those 3 definitions of incentives, are those coming out of AB 1763 as well? Or are they under existing law?
I believe those were the existing definitions. We didn't change or alter any of those.
Can you think, and this might be more of a question for Mr. Vaca, can you think of an example where someone has come in and said, here's a regulatory incentive that I'm proposing, and city staff has to go identify whether or not it results in identifiable and actual cost reductions?
So the developer proposes a request for a concession, which they perceive to be an identifiable or actual cost reduction for their project to pencil. So for instance, oftentimes they request a concession not to provide recreational vehicle parking because it takes up considerable amount of space, and as a trade-off, they provide affordable housing units consistent with this density bonus ordinance.
So that would be an example?
Yes.
Under number 3.
Correct.
Okay, so then going back to page 11, it has 4 incentives or concessions, 4 FOUR incentives or concessions, and then if this type of project is located within 1/2 mile of a major transit stop, the applicant may also receive a height increase of up to 3 additional stories or 33 feet. So just to be clear, that would be a 5th incentive over and above the 4th incentive, which is required under 1763, right?
Yes.
Mayor, yeah, you're correct. And the reason why we kind of drafted it this way is, again, we tried to be as consistent with the state law revisions as possible, and this is how they approached it. So we didn't want to create any ambiguity by trying to reword it or put it in another section where it wasn't. We just wanted to follow the way they had.
No, and understood. Sometimes that's the way it just comes out of legislative council. You know, they draft it in a particular way. So, but that is clearly an intent. It would add a 5th incentive. Okay. All right. Ms. Santangelo.
What's the definition of a major transit stop?
So we pulled the Public Resource Code section, and it defines major transit stop, meaning any of the following: an existing rail or bus rapid transit station, a ferry terminal served by either a bus or rail transit service, the intersection of 2 or more major bus routes with the frequency of service interval of 15 minutes or less during the morning and afternoon peak commute periods. So the closest thing we have to that is the Metrolink station, and even that may not meet the strict interpretation of the definition. But based on our coordination with Public Works, we believe the Metrolink station would be the only area in town that would suffice to meet that criteria.
So just to carry that forward, so none of the bus stops in town would be classified as quote-unquote major so for example, I'm thinking of the bus stop on Verdugo, near the corner of
Right.
Verdugo and Santa Rosa Road, where, there are buses there consistent, or right across from City Hall.
Right, the issue is the 15 minutes or less during peak periods, they don't meet that criteria.
Okay. All right, any other questions? All right, this is a public hearing, so I'm going to go ahead and open it up, open the public hearing. Do we have any speaker cards, Jeffrey? All right, we have no speaker cards. Is there anybody in the audience who wishes to speak on this item? Hearing none, public hearing is now closed. What's the pleasure of the council?
Well, I'd like to make a comment.
Please.
I'm going to support this because state law says we have to. But I have to tell you, with all of the, whatever you want to call them, concessions, all the things that are being handed down to us with regard to housing for people of lower incomes, it's making everything denser, more crowded, and it's only going to be a matter of a very few years before people are coming forward and saying, look at where they're putting all the poor people. They're cramming them together. It's too dense. It's too big of a problem. And I think the legislature is in error in some of this. So that's my comment. But I will support it because it's state law and we have to do it.
If nobody, go ahead.
My only comment will be that I echo Charlotte's comment.
Oh, I have a comment as well, and I mean, two things really, and I will of course vote to support this because we need to be consistent with state law. But there are two things that come to mind here. One, the legislature's apparent continuing quest to reduce or at times eliminate local control over housing decisions that ought to remain local. And it's a really unfortunate trend, and I think it's misguided. And it's the difficulty is that the state legislature right now, in some of these laws, are really trying to adhere to a one-size-fits-all for the entire state. And this state is so varying and so diverse that it's not the appropriate way to proceed. And it reminds me, as a second item, it reminds me of a term used in the bankruptcy court called cram down. And this is the legislature's cram down on local municipalities relative to their housing decisions in terms of providing discretion to local councils, local city councils like ours to determine how and where that density ought to occur. That's discretion that really should remain with the municipalities, including the city of Camarillo. However, we have new state laws that we have to comply with, and here we are. So, do I hear?
Request of reading it.
Can I make one comment before you do that?
Please.
I agree with what's been said here, and I feel that our city has really tried to do as good a job as we can to try to have as many different type of housing in our city spread out where it's almost not necessarily impossible, but it's somewhat difficult to really find out and look at where our affordable units are, because we really tried to do such a good job. We're not perfect by far and away. I'm not saying that we are, but we really tried to spread that out and have them look like they're part of the fabric of our community, and that's what we've really tried to do for decades here. So I understand we have to do this, but I agree with what's been said up here on the dais as well.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cody. Can I request for a reading of the title of the ordinance?
This is ordinance number 1170, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Camarillo, California, amending Chapter 19.49, Density Bonus and Other Incentives of the Camarillo Municipal Code.
I move to waive further reading and introduce an ordinance amending the Camarillo Municipal Code, Chapter 19.49, Density Bonus and Other Incentives.
All right, we have a motion. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, please vote. Okay. And that item is approved on a 5-0 vote. All right, we are moving forward to item 18B, a second public hearing, introduction of an ordinance amending certain sections of Title 19 of the Camarillo Municipal Code pertaining to family daycare home regulations. Mr. Vaca?
Yes, Oksana Buck will present this item, Mayor Tremblay.
Hi, Ms. Buck, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Tremblay and council members. In 2019, the governor signed into law Senate Bill 234, revising the regulations pertaining to family daycare homes. The law went into effect on January 1st. In order for the city to comply with those new regulations, the city must treat large family daycare homes the same as small family daycare homes, or the same as any other residence in a zone that allows residential uses. The city may no longer require a business license, impose fees or tax, and the city may no longer require a permit or impose any other restrictions that don't already apply to residential uses. An ordinance is proposed to amend various sections of the Camarillo Municipal Code to comply with the new state regulations. But please note that all family daycare homes will remain subject to the State Department of Social Services Child Care Licensing Program regulations, and they'll also be subject to city regulations that apply to residential uses. The proposed ordinance makes a reference to state's definition for large and small family daycares, which are as follows. Large family daycare provides care for 7 to 12 children, or up to 14 if at least one is in kindergarten, at least one is 6 years old, and there are no more than 3 infants. Small family daycares provide care for up to 6 children, or up to 8 children if at least one is in kindergarten, at least one is 6 years old, and there are no more than 2 infants. The proposed ordinance removes the following regulations from the Camarillo Municipal Code pertaining to large family daycare homes. A 300-foot separation requirement between large daycare family homes will no longer be required. Employee parking space will no longer be required. Regulations on pickup and drop-off of the children and regulations on outdoor activities will not apply. Please note that although these requirements are removed from the Camarillo Municipal Code, family daycare homes will still be subject to all state regulations and city regulations that apply to residential uses and are subject to code enforcement. In addition to removing these regulations, the proposed ordinance also adds large family daycare homes as a permitted use to the zones that already allow residential uses. On February 12th, the Planning Commission reviewed and recommended that the City Council adopt the proposed ordinance. The suggested action for the City Council is to request a reading of title of the ordinance and to waive further reading and introduce an ordinance amending certain sections of the Camarillo Municipal Code pertaining to daycare family home regulations. And that concludes staff presentation.
No question?
Thank you very much. Questions? Mrs. Craven?
Yes, could you go back? I think it's 2 slides. There, that one. It says that, note, family daycare homes are subject to all state regulations and city regulations that are applicable to residential uses and subject to code enforcement. Are you talking about the city code enforcement officers enforcing the state law, or just the city ones that are applicable?
Just the city ones that are applicable.
And so if they're out of compliance with state law, then whoever was calling would have to report them to the applicable state office.
That's right.
Thank you.
Sean?
In your first slide, you said that they are no longer required to have a business or a city business permit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So having applied for a business permit myself, I apply for a business permit that usually triggers an inspection. So my place of business would need to be inspected to make sure it's suitable for my business uses. So to that extent, if they're not applying and no longer need to apply to have a city business permit, the city is no longer conducting any inspection. And for that matter, when it comes to code enforcement, how do we know that they're actually running a daycare facility if they're not applying for a permit? What other avenues do we have to, are we notified by the state that they are? How do we know?
No, we're not. So when we talk about using code enforcement as a tool, It would only be if we receive a complaint or we recognize that there's an issue where there's a code violation, and then we would initiate an investigation by our code enforcement staff.
But apart from that, we have no way of knowing.
That's correct.
So we have no way of, aside that, we have no way of verifying that, in fact, it's suitable for a daycare facility.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
But they are overseen by social services, though.
And the state, they do have to still get licensed through the state, but for the purposes of planning review, it's treated just like a regular residential use of the single-family home property.
And my comment of great was sarcastic, by the way.
Mr. Kildee.
Just a clarification on the parking. So if they don't have to provide more parking, do they just find parking where they can, kind of type thing?
Yes,
Is
they'll
that
probably
how that's
use
gonna
the
work?
street.
Within any of the municipal
Neighborhood.
street that allows it, of course.
Correct.
That's available, of
Yes.
course. So it's on them.
Yes.
All right.
All right, any other questions before I open it up for public hearing? All right, thank you. Let's go ahead and open the public hearing on this item. Are there any speaker cards on this item? Is there anybody in the audience who wishes to address this item? Hearing none, without objection, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to council for
I have a
further
comment.
discussion and
Well,
moving forward. Mrs. Craven.
I think we're going to be getting complaints. And I think we're not going to really know how to answer the complaints. We're going to be telling people they have to contact the state, and I'm sure we'll have the name of the proper office to refer them to. But I think I don't think it's good that the state doesn't notify us what facilities it has permitted within our jurisdiction.
Any other, Mr. Mulchay? Oh, were you next? I'm sorry. Hang on a second, Mr. Mulchay. Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, I think we are going to get some, feedback on this. Again, I understand that it's how the state in their infinite wisdom think this is going to work. My concern is just the parking, especially on the street. There's my years on here, one of the major conversations that I've had has been the street parking here. I am concerned about that. We've tried so hard here to try to mitigate that to a certain extent. I think, that and some of the other things are going to be, along with the business license. I think what Mr. Mulchay, I paid a business license here in the city for many years too. I understand that, this is a state, but I think we are going to have to be prepared to probably get some feedback on this.
Mr. Mulchay.
No, I don't have much to say. I'll just echo the comments that are already made.
All right. Any other comments? Then I would request a reading of the title of the ordinance.
Yeah, this is Ordinance 1171, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Camarillo, California, amending certain sections of Title 19 zoning of the Camarillo Municipal Code pertaining to family daycare home regulations.
Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please vote. And that item is adopted or approved on a 5-0 vote. Thank you very much. That concludes the public hearings. I think we are ready to go back now to item 13A, oral communications, new business oral communications by the city manager and city attorney. All right. Mr. City Manager, you're on.
Thank you very much. Draw your attention to the screen, have an update on the coronavirus, COVID-19. And sadly, what we know so far, when I wrote this at 4 p.m., it's now out of date. So as we all know, the World Health Organization, they've declared an outbreak of novel coronavirus, COVID-19, to be a worldwide pandemic. As of about 4 p.m., according to Johns Hopkins, 118 countries are affected, 124,000 cases of infection worldwide, 4,589 deaths. In the U.S., there are over 1,100 cases, 32 deaths. In Ventura County, and this information just changed about 5 minutes ago, we do have one positive case that we knew as of today. And we have 0 deaths, and that's still the case. Now, what has changed is we just got information from the county that there is now one presumptive positive case in addition to the one positive case. So what that means is that there has been one test, one local test, and it came up positive. That test now goes to the CDC, and it's confirmed. So that's why they call it a presumptive positive. So that person is now in quarantine. It is a traveler case, meaning it is not a person-to-person or community transmission case. I think I think Ventura County is doing a very good job tracking back these cases. And for the audience, when they work on a health case, it's like working through a crime scene. They interview anybody who came in contact with the traveler, and they work it back through as many people as they can find in contact, and then they put them into quarantine. And that's how you help contain the virus. So just to be clear, there's no evidence of community transmission, meaning that it's not out in the public from what they can tell, and just being spread like a normal influenza in Ventura County or Camarillo. This determination is made solely by the Ventura County Public Health Officer, and a public health emergency has not been declared for Ventura County. So this statement is still correct. It was made in March on March 6th by the Ventura County Public Health Department, except for their new press release does talk about the new presumptive positive from a traveler who lives in our county. The CDC is working to verify the result. The traveler is under home quarantine. At this time, the Ventura County Public Health Lab has conducted 77 COVID-19 tests, and there is one positive travel-related case of COVID-19 in Ventura County, and now one presumptive positive travel-related case awaiting confirmation from the CDC. There are 25 travelers on home quarantine. There are no confirmed cases of person-to-person transmission in Ventura County. Ventura County Public Health continues to urge agencies, businesses, school districts, organizations, and healthcare providers throughout the county to prepare for social distancing, and encourages all community members who are at high risk for serious illness from COVID-19 to take actions to reduce their risk. And then it goes on about where you can find more information, which I'm going to cover here in a minute. So how is it transmitted? It's transmitted primarily by respiratory droplets. This is a respiratory disease. Someone coughs, someone sneezes, you breathe that in, you get the virus. Also, surface transmission is believed to be relatively low with this virus, whereas influenza, which can last on surfaces up to 72 hours, COVID-19 is thought to last only a few hours rather than days on surfaces. So how does a person avoid being affected or transmitting the virus? Number one, avoid contact with people who are sick. I mean, that's a no-brainer. We should be doing that anyway. CDC is recommending 6 feet minimum separation. You should be washing hands with soap and water often for 20 seconds minimum. And to do that, you can sing the ABC song or come up with another song that lasts 20 seconds.
You want us to sing?
Yes, you can sing or hum it. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth with unwashed hands. That's harder to do than you think. It's so unconscious. We do it all the time. Do not shake hands, bump elbows, touch toes. Just say hello and wave. Now, I put that information out to the staff on Monday. And the reason why you don't want to bump elbows is because we're trained to cough and sneeze into our elbows. So why would you touch elbows? Don't touch toes. It just brings you that much closer to somebody else. You know, you can easily say hello and wave, and people are getting it. You know, they're going to be fine with that. Cover your nose and mouth with your elbow, not your hands, when you cough or sneeze. If you become sick, stay home. Stay away from work, school, or other people. Wipe down surfaces like counters and doorknobs frequently. Anyone experience symptoms of COVID-19 which present as dry, persistent cough, high temperature, shortness of breath, muscle fatigue, or weakness should call their health provider first before going to a medical office so that appropriate precautions can be taken. That is really important. Just don't show up to urgent care hacking and coughing. You call them first, because what they'll most likely have you do is sit in your car, and they will send somebody out to address your symptoms. In the case of the positive traveler, that person walked into an urgent care, infected 5 caregivers, and all those 5 caregivers are on home lockdown for 14 days. You don't want to do that again. So what is the city doing now? What are we doing as an organization? So we're preparing a business continuation plan to be implemented if the county's public health officer declares a public health emergency and orders social distancing protocols be put in place. This is a controlled response for social distancing in city buildings, meaning that we're working on this plan to have several levels of response up to and including a full lockdown of City Hall and discontinuation of some services. This plan also ensures that essential city functions and services can continue with limited on-site staff. We're developing a staffing plan for essential functions, and we're getting technical equipment and services lined up for call transfers, video and home teleconferencing for staff who would work from home. We're researching Brown Act, HR, and legal issues. There are a lot of issues involved with moving people off the work site and then shutting down functions. We are in contact with PVRPD, the school district, other cities, the Ventura County CEO's office, OES, and public health. And that we have conference calls with the city managers just about every 2 or 3 days. There are always issues that we're addressing together so that we have a unified response. We will be in contact with the water districts, Harrison Refuse, and other services to ensure that essential service continues throughout this crisis. And then in terms of where to get information, the website for vcemergency.com is always a go-to for any emergency. They have up-to-date information about what the County of Ventura is putting out. The county has its own website and for COVID-19, and it's there right there in the center. The city of Camarillo has information on its website, and I'm going to give you a little more information on that in just a minute. And then there's the county's coronavirus hotline, and there's the phone number. It is 805-465-6650. There are public health nurses there to talk with you and to advise you as to what to do if you feel ill. So for the city's website, this is a picture of the web page. We have under our Hot Topics area, and that's this little box over here on the top right. It's called Hot Topics. When you click on that, you'll see a list of hot topics, one of which is coronavirus update. And we continually update that with the information we get from the county and OES and from other information providers, including CDC. So to wrap up, what do you do here? Well, number one, limit your exposure to others, especially those who appear ill. Wash your hands, cover your mouth and nose. Stay home if you are ill and contact your physician if you have COVID-19 symptoms. And stock up on essentials in case you have to ride it out at home for a minimum of 14 days. Now, just remember, toilet paper and water will not will not deter you from getting COVID-19. That's a running joke we have here at City Hall because there are a lot of memes about that. I don't know why people are buying tons of toilet paper. This is not an intestinal disease. So, but you know, people need security. And then understanding if you're going to need to write it out for 2 weeks, understand your technology at home if you have to work from home. Understand how, you know, your office telephones need to move to cell phones or home phones, you know, how you work remotely, get an understanding of that technology. So that concludes my portion of the report, and then I'll move it over to the city attorney.
Yes, thank you. One of the primary issues that I'm going to address is the issue of limitation of gatherings. We know that under the Brown Act that there isn't any exception that allows the city to limit gatherings at public meetings unless there's been a disruption. That's Government Code Section 54957.9. There are some cities that have taken some actions to address the issue of gatherings, and one example of that is the city of San Francisco. And city and county of San Francisco, and they're also a charter there, and so there's some differences, but there's some similarities as well. On February 25th of this year, the mayor of San Francisco issued a declaration of emergency, and there was also an order that was issued by the health officer for the County of San Francisco. That was done on March 7th of 2020. As Mr. Norman has indicated, there has not been a similar health order issued by the Ventura County health officer. However, there are a number of other counties that have issued declarations of emergency in addition to San Francisco, and most of those are in Northern California, although some are in the South. Those include the counties of Solano, Santa Clara, San Diego, Orange, and Alameda counties. Now, back to the order from the public health officer from the County of San Francisco. What that order does is impose a limitation on gatherings of more than 50 people where the people are not separated by a physical space of at least 4 feet. That would include theaters and such. And then the limitation is going to be in effect for a period of 2 weeks until March 20th while they evaluate further what may need to be done. So there needs to be signs that are posted, and the buildings also have to have hand washing capabilities. High-touch surfaces, as Mr. Norman has indicated, need to be frequently cleaned. That's part of this order. As I mentioned in my comments a moment ago, there is no such order yet in Ventura County. However, that is certainly something that could happen at some point in the future. Now I'm going to bore you with some of the law. We have Government Code Section 37891, which is relatively short, and it's to the point. What that says is that by ordinance, the legislative body of a city may provide for a chief executive who, during periods of great public calamity, such as extraordinary fire, flood, storm, epidemic, earthquake, sabotage, or enemy attack, shall have complete authority over the city and the right to exercise all police power vested in the city by the Constitution and general laws. So that's the state code on point. In Camarillo, we have such an ordinance, and we've taken advantage of that delegation of authority. That's found in Chapter 2.32 of the Camarillo Municipal Code. The definition of emergency in the code includes epidemics. The authority is given to the city manager under our code following a declaration of emergency. You may recall, Council, that we did one declaration of emergency back in, I think it was 2014, in connection with the Camarillo Springs debris flow. So we do have history with coming to the council with such declarations. So the city manager may issue a declaration of emergency and also may develop and issue, this is under section 2.32030A4, may develop and issue rules, regulations, proclamations on matters reasonably related to the protection of life and property as affected by the applicable emergency, which includes epidemics, provided, however, that such rules and regulations must be confirmed at the earliest practicable time by the City Council. And as we did in the case of Camarillo Springs, we would bring back that declaration to you along with a resolution to ratify the declaration of emergency. Now, one of the benefits of the declaration of emergency is that it could qualify the city to recover state or federal funds if there are some expenses that are associated with addressing the coronavirus, and that's actually one of the primary purposes of the declaration. I do have some case law on it. There is a case in terms of regulating gatherings. It's called the Juan C. case. It's from 1994. Tony, I'll give you the citation later. And what that reads is that the city does have general police powers to regulate gatherings if the regulations are not discriminatory against a group or against speech and reasonably related to a compelling government interest. And so there is both statutory at the state level, there is the Camarillo Municipal Code sections that I've cited to you, and the courts have also indicated that there can be limitations that are put on gatherings. Now, in the County of San Francisco, what they did was they identified specific buildings that the limitations would apply to, and they were limited to public buildings, and there were 9 of them. Just to give a few examples, there was the City Hall, the Moscone Center, there were some performing arts centers, and the public library as well. And then the social distancing issue, fortunately in Camarillo we have a large enough chambers that folks don't have to sit right next to each other, and as I look out in the audience I see everybody's exercising social distance, so that's a good thing. I believe that in summary that there is legal support for taking action that would be appropriate. At this point, I think we're waiting for the health officer to make a determination if that determination is made at some point with respect to what limitations might be imposed to address the coronavirus. So the city could adopt a declaration of emergency. However, given the number of cases in Ventura County so far, we might be premature on that. So that summarizes my analysis on the coronavirus and the legal issues, and I can respond to any questions.
Do any members of the council have questions for either Mr. Norman or Mr. Pierik?
And one for Mr. Norman. The slide on where to get information, I know we rely on our website a lot, but there still are people who don't have access to computers, but they do have televisions. Have we, or do we plan to put that on our government channel when it has different things coming up?
Yes, we can do that very soon.
Good.
And maybe just to follow that, we can also put that on the city's Facebook page. It already is.
We've been pumping out information on Facebook, since the beginning of this crisis.
Right. I just meant that PowerPoint presentation.
We can put that up too.
Okay. Any other questions? I think we have. Well, okay. So let me look to Mr. Pierik on this. We have time for city council member reports, but we may have comments on this particular issue. Is it appropriate for us at this time to go ahead and make some comments?
Yeah, my suggestion is that we perhaps wait until unless you wanted to open council comments and take that part of the agenda now, which you could do, or...
It wasn't on the agenda.
Right. Well, I think the only other item that we have on the agenda, other than the closed session items, which we'll need to go to after public session, are new business oral communications by council, unless I'm mistaken. So why don't we go ahead and open up oral communications for city council, and I would suggest perhaps, if you're okay with this, Mr. Pierik, And we ordinarily individually go through items that are on our minds. I'm wondering if we could just go slightly out of order and ask any questions or make any comments with respect to this specific issue, and then call on council members to go through their individual items.
Yes, I would mention that this subject matter is not on the agenda, although there is some latitude that's allowed for the comments to be made by the city manager and city attorney and the city council. However, we need to be mindful of the fact that it's not an agenda item that would allow the kind of depth that we would of discussion as an agenda item. But we certainly, if you have questions, a few questions, that would be something that would be in order.
Okay, you'll intervene if we go.
I will absolutely.
Okay. Any comments on this particular issue from any council members? Mrs. Santangelo, why don't you start us off?
I'm a nurse. Of course I have comments. I wanted to kind of highlight a couple of things. If you're sick, don't go to work. Really, the level that we're at right now in Ventura County is the preparing for social distancing, so you should be thinking ahead. Whether, like was discussed, you have the technology to be able to work from home. If schools get closed, what's going to happen to your kids if they need to be watched? What does that mean for you at work? I know a lot of this, to a lot of people, may seem like overkill, but it can't hurt to be prepared. You know, if anybody's watching what's actually happening in Italy, it's pretty scary, the exponential growth of cases and what it's doing to the healthcare system. So the more that we can do some of this social distancing now will really help to maybe not prevent it from coming, but if you can slow it, then at least our healthcare system can manage it. There's some really interesting graphs kind of floating around right now, but it shows that if you don't do anything about social distancing, then the peak, you have a huge peak of the number of people that get sick. And of course, the more people get sick, the more people die. But if you have social distancing, then the number of people, it gets spread out more over time. And that means that our healthcare system can handle it and it doesn't impact our day-to-day lives as much. So it really is important to be really thinking about what we're doing now. Sneezing, try not to sneeze into your elbow. Try to use a tissue and throw the tissue away right away. And I know there's also a huge shortage of sanitizer out there. I know we want you to be prepared, but don't hoard supplies. Think about your neighbor who also needs toilet paper or water or hand sanitizer. It's kind of hard to see on Facebook people that are actually immunocompromised, like actually immunocompromised, and can't get the things they need, like hand sanitizer. So don't hoard things. Share things with your neighbor. You can use hand sanitizer instead of hand washing. Hand washing is better. If your hands are visibly soiled or oily or greasy, you should always wash your hands. And hand sanitizer, when you use it, is also the 20-second rule. A lot of people don't realize that. So when you put it on your hand, you should rub vigorously all over your hands for 20 seconds. Okay, I think I'm done. Be safe, take care of each other, and just be careful.
Thank you. Other comments? I had just a few, and that is, this is a difficult issue in part because it's evolving on a daily basis, day by day, and anyone who has looked at the city's website and has seen all of the postings that have been going on. So, number one, obviously, please follow the city's website or vcemergency.com. I believe there were, in fact, maybe we could repost that for more information. We could just leave it up there for a minute or two so folks know where to get additional information. Next, it's as simple as the Boy Scout motto, which is be prepared. And that is really the key here, the watchword here. The city coordinates, I know, together with the other municipalities in the county, coordinates closely with the county public health officer. And in California, structurally, the judgment call with respect to a declaration of local emergency comes from that county public health officer. And so that is, what we are, we'll take, let me rephrase that. That's what we will take our cue from. If there is a declaration of local emergency, then it appears that there will be stricter social distancing measures that will go into effect. So we take that cue. And again, I would agree with Ms. Santangelo. Follow the recommendations that are out there to avoid being infected or transmitting the virus. So those are the basics. Mr. Kildee.
I'll just make a couple of brief comments. I totally agree with everything that's been said up here. Super important. There's a lot of really good information. This is evolving, but I just want to remind people too that we can't quit living as well, and we have to err in abundance of caution. I totally understand that as well, but most of us have obligations that we have to fulfill too. So we want to try to balance that with obviously the health and what's been said. If you feel sick, don't go to work. I mean, that's no doubt about that. Wash your hands. The distance is important until we kind of get some more information coming our way, and it is evolving here. So this is unprecedented in my life. I haven't seen anything, the precautions that's been recommended here that I can remember in at least quite a long time. But it's good information, and follow it because it's important.
All right. Thank you. Let's go ahead and go then to the balance of council comments. Who wants to start us off?
I'll start.
Mrs. Cleveland.
Meetings attended. I went to a water sustainability summit that United Water Conservation District put on the 28th. It was excellent. What they were presenting were, I think it was 7 projects that would qualify for under the sustainability plan that was adopted for funds. There's going to be a surcharge, and the surcharge will provide funds for new sources of water, and some of them were very good. One was a pipeline from Lake Piru, all the way down the river, no evaporation. It would put that water into the Freeman Diversion on a year-round basis. Another one is over here at the other end, pumping water that's contaminated from under Point Magoo and putting it back in as good water that could serve as a barrier for saltwater intrusion. And it would also help the base. So it was excellent. And having been on the Fox Canyon board when we approved the sustainability plan and approved the concept of surcharges for this very purpose, I thought it was very interesting to see what one agency had come up with. It's going to be interesting to see what other agencies come up with, because I'm sure there's going to be a fight for those funds, and there are going to be people out there saying, you can't let United have all the money. And you can deal with that. Anyway, it was very interesting afternoon. It started at 1. It was supposed to end at 5, and I think I didn't get home till about 6. It was really good. I attended the Pleasant Valley Recreation and Park District ad hoc committee meeting, the RDP 21 meeting, the Camarillo Ranch Foundation ad hoc committee meeting. And I read the monthly report, and I want to congratulate our people in customer service, I assume they're ones, who have worked to reduce the number of people who are paying, or to increase the number of people who are paying through, what do we call it, auto pay, or the Click to Gov. That increased in the last year by 1,500 people. That's tremendous. That's a lot less staff time in processing those. So good job to those people who worked on getting people to find other ways to pay their utility bills. And according to my calculation, I don't know if that's right, but it seems like it's maybe a tenth of our customers. No? Fifth? A fifth. That's significant. That really is. Got something here, but I can't read my writing. Oh, happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody.
Thank you. Mr. Khalid?
Meetings attended the VRSD, and I was driving today, kind of in the western end of Camarillo. And Dave, I noticed they're hard at work with the traffic lights at Tierra Santa. Do you have a little update? I know Taft was there early this morning, working pretty hard on that.
Yes, yeah, I do have an update, and you're right. As much work as can be done is being done. You've noticed the signal poles and the heads and the equipment has been installed at Tierra Santa. The critical item that's still needed is electrical power, and that goes through a Southern California Edison process. For approval of that, they are working on obtaining, Edison needs to obtain a permit from us that requires traffic control. That's in process, and then Edison will schedule the crew to come out and pull the wires and energize the system. So that's estimated still to take about 2 weeks to get that done. So until we get power to the signal, and then Taft will come out and energize the coordination effort with the traffic control equipment supplier to make sure everything's running correctly. So it's going to be at least 2 weeks until that's energized, possibly 3. But they're, like I said, doing as much as they can on that. At the other intersection at Earl Joseph, everything's been done that can be done until the poles are delivered. Those are expected to in sometime in April. Don't have a definite date. Likely, I'm guessing mid-April, and then it's going to be 3 to 4 weeks after that until that one's energized also.
Okay.
So it's progressing. Not as fast as what we would hope for, but there is work being done on it.
And also, maybe this is a Joe question, but I've had some interest on, I think it's the America's Tire building. Is there anything pending on that? Is that still working, going through whatever they want to do there?
Yes, so they've been working with staff on designing a project that includes a drive-through coffee house and other inline retail. And it went to the Planning Commission a few months ago and was taken off calendar because the circulation was not designed adequately. And we've been working recently with the applicant on an updated redesign for circulation and parking that would be safer. And so we anticipate taking that to Planning Commission within the next few months.
Okay. And I was at Trader Joe's yesterday. I believe they're going to have a celebration there. I believe it's their 20th year celebration.
Really?
Camarillo. And I think we can remember it was a real challenge to get Trader Joe's to locate here to Camarillo.
It was.
We worked several years.
They told us many times we didn't have the income level and it would fail.
Yeah. And I believe in those days it was a survey that would go out, and the number one request was a Trader Joe's in Camarillo for several years, and finally we got one there. And it was interesting. I was in line, and a guy was telling me, "Oh, we're going to have our 20th year anniversary," and I said, "Yeah, it was a real battle getting Trader Joe's to, be here." He said, "It was?" And I said, "Yeah, it was a."
They didn't want to come here.
We really had to really convince them that they were going to be a success here. So 20 years later, here we are. So, yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Mulchay.
Let's see, Tuesday, March 3rd, like many people, I went and voted. I utilized our new handy-dandy drop-off ballot box in the front of City Hall. I will have a question for the city clerk here in a minute about that. Thursday, March 5th, I attended the CCUCI luncheon at Spanish Hills, where President Erica Beck provided the annual update to the state of the her update to the state of the university. They got a lot going on out there, so they are one of the fastest growing. I always get this wrong, but they're not just the fastest growing university in the state. They're usually one of the fastest growing universities in the country. And they have a lot of capital improvement projects going on right now. So particularly with North, I call it North Quad. I think they're calling it North Hall. And then some of their existing buildings, those are coming down, and they're rehabbing those, or rebuilding those. So there's a lot going on out there. It's really exciting. Thursday, March 5th, and also Tuesday, March 10th, I attended Camarillo Ranch ad hoc meetings. And that was it for meetings. It was rather light for the last 2 weeks. Tomorrow, Mrs. Craven and I have an airport authority meeting, and just to update, usually we're always talking about what happened in the past, but I do want to tell people what's coming up in the future. But there's an airport authority meeting tomorrow night here in these chambers, and we will be discussing the hangar. We have on our agenda the hangar tenant lease agreement, the MND for the Cloud9 project, which anyone watching in TV land 2 weeks ago, we discussed here in the council. And they're looking to initiate the airport master plan update, which is going to be very rigorous, and there's going to be a lot of input needed. Not
Outreach.
There's going to be a lot of outreach and a lot of input, and doesn't just pertain to airport people, but this is community outreach and community input, because definitely what happens out there at the airport certainly impacts and interests residents in Camarillo. So there will be a tremendous outreach and ample opportunities, many opportunities for the public to chime in and give their input as to the direction they want to see as it pertains to that airport. So I do have a few questions. I got some comments and in regards to some things that happened this last week. We'll start with the city clerk, Jeffrey. How successful would you deem that the drop-off ballot box was successful? And do you know how many people used it?
Yeah, so it was hugely successful, and people really appreciated it for many reasons, but more particularly because it provided them 24-hour access. So when we had the ballot box in City Hall and people couldn't make it between 8 and 5, they couldn't utilize it. So the outside one was great. So Sean did raise the question, so I reached out to the county to get some counts on our box usage. And just to go back and give you a comparison, the last presidential primary, we had the box in the city clerk's office. That was June 2016. We collected 327 vote-by-mail ballots during that election. So this presidential primary, we collected 3,159 ballots.
10 times as many.
Yeah, and that's just in the outside box. And that's a lot. But then I wanted to give you a comparison. So the last November election here, in November 2018, when all we had was a box in the city clerk's office, we collected 4,259 ballots for that election over the counter. So that's why I was so excited when they installed that ballot box out front, and it is being used, so we're pretty happy about it.
Good.
Oh, that was a really great decision. I'm really glad it worked out. I used it. My wife used it.
I used it.
So. Good. So a lot of us used it. I want to give some props to Mr. Klotzel and Public Works. A few days ago, it was last week, a fire hydrant on Constitution got sheared off by a truck who took a turn a little too sharp trying to pull in. Public Works was there within about 5 minutes of receiving the call. They had it all cleaned up that night. The very next morning, before I went to lunch, that fire hydrant was back on. Looked like nothing ever happened. And so, props to you and your staff. I'll give you a social distancing fist bump. But that was awesome turnaround. I talked to some of the staff out there. They're really helpful. I had some questions for them too, and they just the response and the turnaround was great. So. It's always cool to see it in action, you know. Where'd Where's my list? Oh, okay, I'm going to work my way around the table a little bit. Mr. Vaca, I had a question because I'm getting comments about the Cedar Oak project. Within that, there's a little commercial area or a retail area, whatever you want to call it, called the Mark, where Topa Topa, Rory's Ice Cream, Frida's Pizza is going in, and people are wondering what's going on. Do you have an update you can provide?
Working on it.
Yes, I do. The applicant and contractor pulled the building permit for tenant improvements this week, and they anticipate build-out of those 3 restaurant spaces to occur within 3 months. So we're hopeful that they'll be open for business sometime in June or July.
Excellent. Now, there's a lot of people who are really excited about, particularly Topa Topa and Rory's Ice Cream. I know those are 2 that a lot of people are already familiar with in other locations. I do just, again, want to pitch the American Red Cross, Ride for the Red. I'm certainly going to be riding in it. So if you want to come ride with me, come ride with me. Mrs. Craven had mentioned St. Patty's Day, and happy St. Patrick's Day. We won't have a meeting before that. But I do want to remind everyone when it comes to drinking and driving, although I understand that alcohol is very closely associated with that holiday, but it's not a reason to drink and get behind the wheel. There are too many lives lost every single year because of stupid decisions like that. And so please coordinate your ride home or your ride to any venues you guys are you're going to. Take an Uber, take a Lyft, walk, just find a safe way home. And don't endanger the lives of your friends, your family, your fellow residents. It's not worth it. But enjoy the day. And then it wasn't mentioned. I just want to call attention to in our library activities report. It was part of our. I'm forgetting the consent calendar. Thank you. But on April 7th from 6 to 8 at the library, they have a stock investing, a simple recipe for success. And so that is, for those wondering how to invest your money or how to traverse the current market turbulence, then it's rather pertinent or it's rather relevant. So if you're intrigued or interested, by all means, attend that. So it's always great, and it's really cool. I really enjoy all the events that the Camarillo Library puts on, and I don't think they get enough attention oftentimes because they run the gamut. Literally they have something for everyone there, whether you're a business owner or whether you're an investor. If you like music and piano, they have an event for you on March 22nd. It's something for kids and older folks and everyone in between. And so, by all means, go to the library website and take a look at their events. And I know we also published a list of events in our City Scene newsletter that goes out. And so there's just there's something for everyone there. So apart from that, that's all I got.
Thanks.
Thank you,
Ms. Santangelo.
Okay, I attended on February 27th, I attended the Ventura County Fire Department Awards at the Padre Center. That's always I love that. I love honoring the fire department and especially seeing like the younger. I used to know some of them, so to see some of them like after 10 or 15 years and to see that they're captains and getting awards. And they had a new category for the Explorer. So they're honoring these young kids who someday want to be full-fledged firefighters. And they also give awards to people in the public who do heroic things. So that was nice. On February 28th, I was at the Educator of the Year at Rancho Capana High School. On February 29th, I was at Kidstream to meet Michael Shanklin, who you have all met. I did not. He is the new founding executive director. On March 5th, I was at the CPA board meeting, and that's it for meetings. I do want to mention that Sunday was an International Women's Day, so Good for us. And I wanted to give a little shout out to Carmen, because Carmen was one of the Acorn top of the year, top of the year. So congratulations. It's nice to be honored for your standing out. What do they say? 10 community members who stood out from the pack in 2019 and 2020 and helped make a difference. Thank you. And that's all I have.
Great, thanks. So let me just start with meetings attended. On February 28, I had a Metrolink board meeting in Los Angeles. On February 29, I spoke at and participated in the Ventura County Chinese American Association New Year's celebration at the library. On March 2, with Mrs. Craven, I was part of the City and Pleasant Valley Recreation and Park District Ad Hoc Committee meeting. That same day, I had I'll just say, informal State of the City presentation to the Optimist Club. On March 3, I did vote. I think I dropped off my ballot the day before, but I was delighted to see the box outside, and I think, and based on the numbers that Jeffrey just gave us, I think it's going to get a lot of use. So I'm really delighted about that. On March 5, with Mr. Mulchay, I attended the CSUCI Chamber Connection Lunch. And then on March 6th, I had a VCTC board meeting. A couple of things. First is a shout out to Michelle and to staff on, if one goes now on to City Council, the City Council portion of the website, and sees the item entitled Recurring City Council Items. They will see a general timeline of all the annual recurring public meetings and routine city business. And it's been a long time coming, but it looks great, and I really appreciate it being there. So thank you, Michelle. Also, not to be redundant, but a shout out to Carmen as well. Congratulations on that. It's well deserved. I wanted to piggyback on, but add to what Sean indicated about the Camarillo Airport. Got two issues right now. One is near term, and one is more long term. The issues are separate, but they're related. In the near term, we have the Cloud 9 project, the RKR project, and the council has taken a strong position regarding that project and the 1976 agreement. So we will see what happens at the Airport Authority meeting tomorrow, and then at the Board of Supervisors with respect to the lease that County Airports is using and the mitigated negative declaration. Long term, though, focusing on long term and on more of the macro view is the airport master plan, that Sean spoke about. And the official start of that airport master plan is supposed to be right around the 1st of April, as I understand it. And it's about a 12 to 18-month process. I personally have a very high level of concern about what may be an attempt afoot to transform Camarillo Airport into a commercial airport with large jets and commercial air service, which would also, in effect, push aside general aviation local pilots. And I have a real distinct concern about that. To me, that option is just unacceptable. So to supplement what Sean indicated, I would request that the council move forward. And this is not an immediate request, so it's not in the next month, but early in the airport master plan process, that we hold a town hall under our new community engagement guidelines to seek input from city residents on what our residents believe is the appropriate future for the airport. To piggyback on Sean on what you said, it's critically important that the city and our city residents in our community be fully engaged in this airport master plan process. There's really three tiers of airports. One is kind of a mom and pop general aviation airport. The second tier is a business airport, which I would characterize that's kind of where Camarillo stands right now. And the third is a full-fledged commercial airport. And I would hope that council members would support a town hall meeting or meetings relatively early in this airport master plan process so we can start getting the community engaged. So that's my ask of everyone tonight. And I don't know if under our rules, I don't know if I need a second on that or or if we can even talk about that.
Maybe we could talk about it at a different time, because I had some things I was going to bring up, and I think we're getting farther than we can under council comments. So maybe we need a discussion item sometime on how we want to approach it. I had some different ideas, but as I said, I don't think tonight's the night to discuss that.
Well, perhaps we can have an agendized item on that. Okay. Any other comments from any members of the council? All right. We are done with new business oral communications. The only items we have remaining on the agenda are under item 12A and B. We have two separate closed sessions. I think Mr. Pierik has already read the title of those closed sessions. I'll just reference it as 12A and B. So we will recess and reconvene in closed session.